Before coffee, before bread, before even opening your eyes, fully came the ashes. In a medieval home, every morning began not with sunshine, but with soot. Cold hearths filled with last night's cinders had to be cleared before warmth could. Return, shovel too slow. You'd freeze. Shovel too fast. You'd choke on the ghost of yesterday's fire. Comfort in the Middle Ages began with a broom, hay burn, and a backache. Love learning how exhausting simple chores once were. Hit the bell icon and subscribe for more sleepy history tales. Let us know, how long would you last in a world where shoveling ash was a survival skill? You wake in the servants' quarters at 5:30 on a February morning in 1873. The darkness still heavy around the narrow window of your shared attic room. The floorboards are cold beneath your feet as you slip from beneath a thin woolen blanket, careful not to wake Mary, the scullery maid who shares your cramped space. The house around you sleeps in silence, but for you, the day has already begun with the familiar weight of responsibility settling on your shoulders like the rough cotton of your uniform. As a housemaid in this grand Victorian household in Belgravia, you are one of 6 servants who keep the elaborate machinery of domestic life running smoothly for the master, his wife, and their 3 children. But before any of them stir, before the cook begins preparing breakfast, before the butler unlocks the front door, you must perform the ritual that will warm their world, the careful, methodical removal of yesterday's ashes and the preparation of today's fires. You dress quickly in the pre-dawn darkness, pulling on your black woolen stockings, your plain dark dress, and the white apron that marks your station. The cap comes last, pinned securely to contain your hair. These are not garments chosen for comfort, but for practicality and propriety. The fabric must not show soot, must not rustle when you move through the halls, must not draw attention to your presence as you go about your essential but invisible work. The house contains 14 fireplaces spread across 3 floors, drawing room, library, dining room, morning room, and 10 bedrooms, each requiring daily attention during the cold months. In summer, you might attend to only the main reception rooms, but now, in the depths of winter, every grate must be tended. Every hearth must be prepared. Your hands already ache in anticipation of the work ahead, knowing that by evening they will be stained black despite your best efforts. The ash finding its way under your fingernails and into the creases of your palms. You gather your tools from the housemaid's closet, a collection of implements that have become as familiar as your own hands. The ash rake, its metal tines designed to scrape every last cinder from the grate. The dustpan and brush, both blackened from constant use. The leather-bound bucket that will carry load after load of cold ashes to the ash pit behind the house. The coarse cloth you will lay over each marble hearth to protect it from staining. The emery paper for polishing the grate bars. The tin of black lead for the fireplace backs. And most importantly, the thick canvas apron that will save your uniform from the worst of the soot. Though nothing can entirely protect you from the dust that pre-injures to colors, that pre-injures everything, the first room you enter is always the drawing room, the heart of the family's social life. Even in the darkness, you know its geography perfectly, where to step to avoid the creaking floorboard, how to navigate around the furniture without disturbing the careful arrangement of chairs and tables. You work by feel as much as by sight, your movements precise from months of repetition. The procedure never varies. First, you open the windows to let in the fresh morning air, feeling the sharp bite of February wind against your face. The cold serves a purpose beyond comfort. It helps dissipate the fine ash dust that will soon fill the air, and it provides the oxygen that will be necessary when you light the new fire. Next, you remove the fender. That decorative brass guard that surrounds the hearth can carefully roll up the hearth rug, shaking it outside the window to remove any overnight accumulation of soot. Then comes the moment of truth. the covering of the marble hearth with your coarse cloth and the beginning of the ash removal itself. Yesterday's fire has left behind a complex landscape of debris. There are the fine, powdery ashes that represent wood or coal burned completely to powder. There are the larger cinders, chunks of partially burned fuel that might still contain enough combustible material to reignite if given air and heat. There are the clinkers, the fused masses of impurities that form in coal fires, hard as rock and requiring careful chipping to remove. And there is the soot, the black residue that coats every surface of the fireplace like a dark snow. You begin with the ash rake, working methodically from the back of the grate forward, scraping and gathering every fragment of yesterday's fire. The work is dusty, and despite the open window, the air quickly fills with floating particles that catch in your throat and make your eyes water. You have learned to breathe shallowly, to turn your face away when the dust becomes too thick, to work with deliberate care rather than speed. Each type of debris requires different handling. The fine ashes come up easily with the rake, but tend to billow into clouds at the slightest disturbance. You move slowly, allowing each pile to settle before scooping it into your dustpan. The cinders are heavier and more manageable, but you must examine each one carefully. Those that show signs of unburned fuel are set aside to be used again, while those that are truly spent join the ashes in your bucket. The clinkers often require chipping with the poker, their metallic ring echoing in the quiet room as you break them into manageable pieces. The work is not merely about removal, okay? It is about understanding fire itself, about reading the story that yesterday's flames have written in ash and coal. A fire that burned to hot leaves different remains than one that smoldered through the night. Coal that was properly prepared burns differently than coal that was hastily thrown onto the grate. The ashes tell you whether the dampers were properly adjusted, whether the chimney drew well, whether the fuel was dry or damp. This knowledge, accumulated through hundreds of mornings like this one, makes you not just a cleaner, but a keeper of the household's comfort, someone who understands the subtle science of keeping a family warm. As you work, the house begins to wake around you. You hear the distant sound of the cook moving about in the kitchen below, the creak of floorboards as other servants begin their own early duties. But here in the drawing room, surrounded by the family's finest furniture and most precious objects, you continue your solitary work with the quiet concentration of a craftsperson. For you understand that what you do in these early morning hours, this careful, methodical removal of yesterday's ashes, is the foundation upon which the entire day's comfort will be built. Without clean grates and properly prepared fires, the family would wake to cold rooms and cheerless hearths. The elegant social rituals of Victorian life, the morning calls and evening entertainments, the family dinners and quiet hours of reading, all depend on this humble but essential work that you perform while the world sleeps. But as you finish the drawing room grate and prepare to move on to the library, you cannot help but wonder about the 13 fireplaces that still await your attention, and whether your aching back and increasingly blackened hands will endure the long morning ahead. The library presents its own particular challenges as you enter with your bucket of tools, the drawing room's ashes already disposed of, in the pit behind the kitchen garden. Unlike the drawing room with its marble surround and brass fittings, the library fireplace is built of dark stone, its surface already black with accumulated soot from years of use. The master of the house is fond of reading late into the evening, by firelight, claiming that gaslight strains his eyes, which means this particular grate often contains the remains of fires that burned until midnight or beyond. You spread your canvas cloth with practiced efficiency, noting how the soot has settled not just in the fireplace, but on the leather bindings of the books nearest the hearth, on the mahogany surface of the reading table, even on the globe that stands in the corner. This is the insidious nature of ash. It travels beyond its source, finding its way into every corner of a room despite your best efforts to contain it. You have learned to read these signs like a detective reads clues, understanding that the fine coating of dust on the morning room mantelpiece means the wind changed during the night, blowing smoke back down the chimney. The gray film on the windowsill in the dining room tells you that yesterday's coal was of poor quality. Producing more ash than heat, the library's grate reveals the remnants of what was clearly a well-tended fire. The ashes are layered indistinct. Strata-like geological formations, the bottom layer fine and white from the early evening's burning. The middle layer darker and more granular from the addition of fresh coal around 9 o'clock. And the top layer filled with larger cinders from the final banking of the fire before the master retired. Reading these layers, you can reconstruct the entire evening, the initial lighting for warmth, the careful tending to maintain steady heat during reading hours, and the final preparation to keep coals alive until morning. But knowledge of fire science does not make the physical work any easier. Your back already aches from bending over the drawing room grate, and you have learned to kneel on a folded cloth to protect your knees from the hard hearth stones. The repetitive motion of raking, scooping, and dumping has begun to make your right shoulder throb with a familiar pain that will worsen as the morning progresses. Your hands, despite the protection of worn cotton gloves, are already gray with ash dust, and you know that no amount of washing will entirely remove the staining. From your fingernails as you work, you can hear the household beginning to stir above you. The unmistakable sound of the master's valet moving about his dressing room. The lighter footsteps of the lady's maid climbing the stairs with the morning tea tray. The distant clatter of china as the kitchen maids begin preparing breakfast. Each sound reminds you that your work has a deadline. The family must never encounter a cold room or an unlit fire. Their comfort depends on your invisible efficiency, on your ability to erase every trace of yesterday's ashes and have fresh fires ready to light at a moment's notice. The dining room fireplace, your third stop, contains evidence of last evening's dinner party. The quality of the ashes tells you that the best coal was used, the kind reserved for occasions when guests would be present. But quantity brings its own problems. More ash to remove, more surface area to clean, more soot to scrub. From the fireplace around, your bucket empty when you started the library is now heavy with accumulated debris, and you must make your first trip to the ash pit. The journey to the ash pit takes you through the servants' corridors and out through the kitchen garden, past the root cellar and the laundry house. February morning air cuts through your uniform like a knife. But the cold is almost a relief after the stuffy, ash-laden atmosphere of the fireplaces. The ash pit itself is a practical structure, a brick-lined depression where the house holds. Ashes accumulate throughout the winter. Come spring, these ashes will be sold to local farmers as fertilizer, providing the household with a small but significant source of additional income. Nothing is wasted in a well-run Victorian home. Not even the refuse of yesterday's fires. But the ash pit also serves as a reminder of the scale of your daily task. Layer upon layer of gray and black debris, the accumulated result of hundreds of mornings like this one, stretching back through the winter months. Each layer represents hours of your labor, thousands of individual rakefuls of ash, countless trips back and forth through the cold corridors. The pit will continue to grow until April, when the last fires of winter are finally extinguished and you can turn your attention to the different, but equally demanding tasks of spring cleaning. Returning to the house with your empty bucket, you encounter Mrs. Patterson, the cook, who nods approvingly as she sees you about your early morning work. Mary's not stirring yet, she observes, referring to the scullery maid. But then she hasn't your responsibilities, has she? It is both compliment and reminder. Your position as housemaid places you above the scullery maid in the household. Hierarchy. But it also means that more is expected of you. The fires that warm the family's morning depend on your diligence and skill. The morning room presents different challenges again. Smaller than the drawing room, but used more frequently. Its fireplace shows signs of constant use. The grate bars are dulled with repeated heating and cooling, requiring careful attention with the emery paper to restore their brightness. The marble surround, once white, has taken on a gray patina that no amount of scrubbing can entirely remove. This is the accumulated evidence of thousands of fires, the gradual marking of time in soot and stain. As you work, you develop a rhythm that conserves your energy for the long morning ahead. Rake with smooth, even strokes. Scoop deliberately, allowing each dustpan to settle before lifting. Move methodically from back to front, ensuring no corner. Is mist, breathe shallowly to avoid inhaling dust. Pause periodically to stretch your back and flex your fingers. These small techniques, learned through experience and necessity, make the difference between completing your rounds efficiently and exhausting yourself before the day's work is truly begun. But efficiency cannot. Eliminate the fundamental weariness that comes with repetitive physical labor. By the time you finish the morning room, your fourth fireplace of the day, the sun has finally begun to show above the rooftops across the square. The family will be stirring soon, expecting to find warm rooms and cheerful fires. You still have 10 fireplaces ahead of you, all the bedrooms, each requiring the same careful attention to detail that you have given to the public rooms. Your hands are now thoroughly blackened despite your gloves. Your apron is gray with ash dust. And your back has settled into a persistent ache that will remain with you for the rest of the day. Yet, there is also a quiet satisfaction in the work. Each completed fireplace represents a small victory over cold and darkness. Each carefully cleaned grate is ready to provide warmth and light. Each pile of fresh kindling, each arrangement of coal represents your contribution to the comfort and happiness of the household. You may be invisible to the family, your work noticed only when it is not done, but you know that what you do matters. In a world where cold can kill and comfort depends on fire, you are the keeper of warmth itself. And so you gather your tools once more. Hoist your bucket and prepare to climb the stairs to the bedrooms where 10 more fireplaces await your attention. And the morning light grows stronger outside the windows. The master bedroom fireplace tells its own story as you kneel before it in the growing morning light. Unlike the public rooms below, this hearth speaks of intimate moments, the quiet fire that provided warmth while the master read his correspondence, the gentle glow that comforted restless nights, the carefully banked coals that were meant to last until dawn but have instead died to cold ash sometime in the small hours. The remains are sparse but telling, fine ash from well-seasoned coal. A few small cinders that might have provided another hour's warmth if the fire had been tended. And the characteristic white residue that indicates expensive fuel burned at optimal temperature. Working in the master bedroom requires a different kind of discretion than the public rooms. You must be quieter, more careful not to disturb the sleeping occupants with the scrape of rake on grate or the rustle of your movements. The master and mistress sleep on, their breathing deep and regular in the warm cocoon of heavy curtains and down quilts, unaware that their comfort depends on your early morning labor. Their bedchamber, with its thick carpets and heavy furniture, its silk wallpapers and crystal gaslight fixtures, represents a world as removed from your servants' quarters as a palace from a cottage. Yet ash is the great equalizer. No matter how fine the furniture or expensive the coal, the morning after a fire always reveals the same gray residue, the same need for careful removal and disposal. The master's fireplace produces the same dust that stains your hands requires. The same patient work with rake and brush leaves the same ache in your back from bending over the grate. Fire serves rich and poor alike, but it leaves the same humble ashes for someone to clean away. The mistress's dressing room adjoins the bedroom, and its smaller fireplace shows signs of having been lit only briefly the evening before. perhaps, while she sat at her dressing table, having her hair brushed by her lady's maid. The ashes here are minimal, but must be removed with the same care as those from the heavily used drawing room grate. Every fireplace in the house is part of your responsibility, regardless of how much or how little it has been used. As you work your way through the family bedrooms, you begin to understand the subtle hierarchies of domestic comfort. The eldest son's room, recently returned from university, shows evidence of late-night studying by firelight, ashes mixed with the remains of candle wax dripped onto the hearth. The daughter's room contains the delicate remains of a fire that burned only for appearance, providing ambience rather than necessary warmth. The youngest child's nursery fireplace, carefully guarded by a tall fender, holds ashes that were deliberately kept to a minimum for safety's sake. Each room requires not just the removal of ashes, but the careful cleaning of the entire fireplace assembly. The fire irons, poker, tongs, and shovel must be wiped clean of soot and polished to brightness. The fender must be cleaned and repositioned precisely. The hearth itself must be swept and, if necessary, scrubbed. In rooms with marble surrounds, you must carefully wash the stone with soap and hot water, working the cloth into every carved detail, removing every trace of yesterday's fire. The work is detailed and time-consuming, requiring patience and attention that becomes more difficult to maintain as exhaustion sets in. Your bucket, emptied twice already during the morning, fills again with the accumulated ashes from the family. Bedrooms. The weight seems to increase with each addition, your shoulders protesting as you lift and carry load after load. The servant's staircase, narrow and steep, becomes an obstacle course as you navigate with your burden of ash and tools. Other servants are now moving about their morning duties, the lady's maid with her tea tray, the footman carrying polish for the silver, the parlor maid with her feather dusters, and you must coordinate your movements to avoid collisions in the confined spaces of the service areas. The guest bedrooms present their own challenges. 3 of the 6 guest rooms were occupied the previous week during a house party, and their fireplaces still contain the remnants of fires lit for visitors' comfort. Cleaning these grates feels like excavating recent history. You can tell which guests preferred their rooms warm, which economized on fuel, which stayed up late reading by firelight. One fireplace contains the remains of what was clearly a hastily built fire, all large chunks and incomplete burning, suggesting a guest who was unfamiliar with proper fire-laying technique. Another shows the careful layering of coal and wood. That indicates a visitor who understood the art of maintaining steady heat through the night. The unoccupied guest rooms, their fireplaces cold and empty, still require attention. Dust accumulates even in unused grates, and each must be swept and polished to readiness. These rooms represent potential. They must be prepared at all times for unexpected visitors. Their fireplaces ready to provide immediate warmth and welcome. The work here feels different, preparatory rather than restorative, but it is no less important. A guest arriving to find a dusty, unprepared fireplace would reflect poorly on the entire household by the time you reach the final bedroom fireplace. The servants' quarters have begun to empty as the other maids and footmen disperse to their morning duties. Throughout the house, you are now working alone in the upper reaches of the building, your footsteps echoing in the corridors, your breathing audible in the quiet rooms. The isolation brings its own challenges. No one to help if your bucket becomes too heavy. No companionship to ease the monotony of repetitive work. The last fireplace, in the smallest guest bedroom tucked under the eaves, seems like a summit finally reached. Your 14th grate of the morning yields its small collection of ashes, debris from a fire lit during the last house party and left to burn out naturally. As you scrape and sweep, your movements have become mechanical, your body operating on practiced routine while your mind focuses on the growing list of tasks still ahead. The fireplaces are only the beginning of your day's work. After this, there will be the dusting and sweeping of the morning rooms. the beating of carpets, the polishing of furniture, the endless cycle of tasks that keep a great house running smoothly. But first, one final trip to the ash pit with your last bucket of the morning. The walk through the servants' corridors and out into the kitchen garden has become familiar, almost meditative. The February air, still sharp but now touched with the pale warmth of morning sun, clears the ash dust from your lungs and provides a brief respite from the confined spaces and repetitive motions of fireplace cleaning. Standing beside the ash pit, bucket in hand, you pause for a moment to consider the morning's work. 14 fireplaces cleaned, 14 grates prepared for the day's fires, countless pounds of ash removed and disposed of. Your back aches, your hands are stained black. Despite your gloves and your uniform will require immediate washing to remove the accumulated dust and soot. Yet the work is finished, completed to the exacting standards that keep you employed in one of London's finest households. In a few hours, when the family gathers for breakfast in the dining room, fresh fires will burn cheerfully in the grates. You have cleaned. When guests call in the afternoon, they will find the drawing room warmed by flames dancing over cold beds you prepared. When the master retires to his library for evening reading, firelight will illuminate his book thanks to your early morning labor. Your work enables their comfort. Your invisible efficiency making possible the elaborate social rituals of Victorian life. But for now, as you empty your final bucket and turn back toward the house, you can only think of the washing that awaits your blackened hands. The aching muscles that will protest every movement for the rest of the day, and the knowledge that tomorrow morning will bring the same 14 fireplaces, the same piles of ash, the same early rising and patient labor that defines your life. As a Victorian housemaid, the ashes you have shoveled today are gone, but fire continues to burn, and tomorrow there will be new ashes to shovel. A new morning to begin, with rake and bucket in the darkness before dawn. In the pre-dawn darkness of a March morning in 1754, you wake not to the sound of bells or roosters, but to the cold that has crept through the chinks in your log cabin's walls during the night. The single room that serves as kitchen, parlor, and sleeping quarters for your family of 6 holds the chill of a New England winter that refuses to release its grip on the Connecticut River Valley. But cold is more than discomfort in the colonial wilderness. It is an enemy that can mean the difference between life and death, between survival and catastrophe in a world where help is measured in miles and seasons. Your husband Ezra has already risen and gone to check the livestock, leaving you to tend to the most crucial task of the morning, the careful examination of what remains in the great fieldstone hearth that dominates the eastern wall of your cabin. This fireplace, built by Ezra and his brother when you first claimed this land 3 years ago, is not merely a source of warmth and light. It is the beating heart of your domestic economy, the center around which all household production revolves. Approaching the hearth in your bare feet, you can immediately assess the night's success or failure. The banking of coals before sleep is an art you have learned through necessity and refined through experience. Too many coals banked too close together, and you waste precious fuel. Too few, and you risk the catastrophe of a cold hearth come morning. No fire to cook breakfast, no coals to light the day's fires, no warmth to drive the killing cold from your children's sleeping alcove. This morning brings the reward of careful technique, a bed of glowing coals still alive beneath their blanket of ash, their dull red hearts pulsing with enough heat to restart the day's fire without resorting to flint and steel. But between those precious coals and the blazing fire you need for cooking lies a careful archaeology of ash removal, a process that requires patience, skill, and an understanding of fire that goes far beyond simply removing debris. The ash that accumulates in your hearth represents both waste and wealth in the complex economy of colonial life. Unlike the coal ash that will dominate domestic fires in later generations, the ash from your wood fires is a valuable commodity in its own right. Wood ash, particularly ash from hardwoods like the oak and maple that grow thick in your cleared land, contains potassium carbonate, essential for making soap, for preserving meat, and most importantly, for trade with the merchants who travel the river route between Hartford and Springfield. But valuable or not, the ash must be carefully managed each morning to maintain the delicate ecosystem of your fire. Too much ash left in the grate restricts airflow, causing wood to smolder rather than burn cleanly. Too little ash removed, and the next fire will lack the insulating bed that helps maintain steady, even heat for cooking. The amount you remove, the ash you save, and the ash you discard require calculations that balance immediate need against long-term economy. You begin with the long-handled wooden shovel that Ezra carved from maple during the previous winter's long evenings. Unlike metal tools, wood will not conduct heat from any hidden coals, will not spark against stone, will not crack from rapid temperature changes. Working by the light of a single candle, you carefully probe the ash bed, feeling for the warm spots that indicate buried coals, identifying the areas where ash has accumulated too thickly. The process requires an understanding of fire's geography that comes only from years of tending flames. Ash settles differently depending on wind conditions. A blustery night drives ash toward the back of the fireplace, while still air allows it to spread evenly. Different woods produce different ash characteristics. Oak ash is fine and gray. Maple ash is lighter and more powdery. Pine ash, used only when hardwood is scarce, is dark and resinous. Reading these signs tells you not just what needs to be removed, but what the night's fire has revealed about your fuel supply, your fire tending technique, and the subtle changes in weather that affect how fires burn. This morning's ash archaeology reveals a well-managed fire. The ash is evenly distributed, neither too thick nor too sparse, indicating steady burning through the night. The color is the light gray of completely burned hardwood, suggesting your fuel was properly seasoned and dry. Most importantly, the live coals are exactly where they should be, concentrated in the center of the fireplace, surrounded by just enough ash to maintain their heat, but not so much as to smother them. Using a smaller wooden paddle, you begin the delicate work of separating valuable coals from disposable ash. Each coal represents potential fire, stored energy that can be coaxed back to flame with careful attention. But coals buried too deeply in ash will die, while those exposed too completely will burn away before they can ignite fresh fuel. The balance requires constant adjustment, a dialogue between your hands and the fire that speaks in heat, color, and the subtle sounds of burning wood. The ash you remove goes into a wooden bucket reserved specifically for this purpose. Unlike later generations who might simply discard fireplace ash, you save every grain that doesn't serve an immediate purpose in maintaining the fire. This ash will join the accumulating supply in the wooden barrels stored in your root cellar, where it awaits processing into potash or direct use in soap making. Nothing is wasted in colonial life. Every resource has multiple uses. Every byproduct serves another purpose, but ash removal is only the first step in the morning's fire ritual. Once the live coals are properly exposed and arranged, you must build the day's fire structure. Tinder first shredded birch bark gathered last autumn and kept dry in a special box. Kindling next thin splits of pine that will catch quickly and burn hot enough to ignite larger fuel. Then the morning's supply of firewood, carefully selected from the sorted woodpile that represents months of cutting, splitting, and seasoning. The tinder catches almost immediately when touched to the live coals, flaring up with the bright flame that signals success. Kindling added gradually creates the steady base of heat needed for larger wood, but each addition must be timed correctly, placed precisely, adjusted to maintain the proper balance of fuel and air that creates efficient, clean burning fire. Too much wood too quickly smothers the flames. too little, and the fire dies back to coals before establishing the sustained burn needed for cooking and warmth. As the morning fire grows and settles into its rhythm, you can begin the day's other tasks knowing that the heart of your household is beating steadily. The fire will provide warmth as your children wake and dress, heat for cooking breakfast, light for the early morning tasks that must be completed before the full day's work begins. But most importantly, it ensures that tomorrow morning you will again find live coals beneath the ash, ready to begin the cycle anew. Standing before your hearth as the flames climb higher and the room begins to warm, you understand that what you have just completed is far more than mere housework. The careful removal of ash, the preservation of coals, the building of new fire. These skills represent survival itself in a world where failure to maintain heat can mean death, where wasted fuel can mean the difference between comfort and suffering. Through the long winter months still ahead, your children begin to stir in their shared bed across the room, drawn by the growing warmth and the familiar sounds of morning preparation. Soon they will want breakfast, will need the fire's heat to drive away night's chill, will depend on the steady burning you have ensured through your careful ash management. But first, there are other ashes to tend, the ashes in the bake oven. Built into the hearth's side, the ashes from last night's rushlight that provided light for evening mending. The accumulated ash from a winter's worth of fires that waits in barrels for processing into the potash. That will help pay for next year's necessities. How will you balance these competing demands for attention? These multiple sources of ash, that require different handling, different preservation, different disposal. The morning's work has only begun. The bake oven presents its own particular challenges as you turn your attention from the main hearth to the smaller but equally important cavity built into the massive stone chimney. This oven, heated by building fires directly inside its domed chamber, produces ash that must be handled differently from the open hearth, where hearth ash can accumulate gradually and be removed at your convenience. Oven ash must be completely cleared before each use. Any residue left behind will impart a bitter taste to bread, will create uneven heating that ruins carefully planned baking. Yesterday evening, you heated the oven for this week's bread making, burning small, hot fires of split oak inside the stone chamber until the walls glowed white with accumulated heat. The ashes from those fires now lie cold and complete, representing fuel fully consumed in the creation of the stored heat that will bake today's loaves. But removal requires care and patience. The stone walls still retain dangerous levels of heat, and ash stirred carelessly can burst into flames when exposed to air. Using a long-handled wooden peel, the same tool you will later use to slide bread. Loaves into the hot oven, you carefully rake the cold ashes toward the oven's mouth. The work must be done slowly, allowing each disturbance to settle before the next, preventing the creation of ash clouds that could reignite from contact with the hot stones. The removed ash joins your growing collection, but this ash is different from hearth ash burned at higher temperatures, completely consumed. It represents the finest quality material for potash production. Your oldest daughter, Sarah, now 14, and old enough to help with the more demanding household tasks, appears at your elbow as you work. She carries the wooden bowls and pewter spoons needed for breakfast, but her attention is focused on your careful movements with the peel. "Mother?" she asks, watching you probe the oven's recesses for any remaining ash. "Why must every grain be removed? Surely a little ash remaining would do no harm." The question gives you an opportunity to pass along knowledge that your own mother taught you. Wisdom that cannot be learned from books or bought with money, but must be transmitted from one generation of women to the next. "Feel the stones, Sarah," you instruct, guiding her hand toward the oven's mouth. Even at a safe distance, the heat radiating from the white-hot walls is intense. That heat will last all day, growing gradually cooler. If we leave ash inside, it will burn again when the bread is baking, creating smoke that will flavor the loaves in uneven heat that will leave some raw while others burn. But the lesson goes deeper than baking technique. More importantly, you continue. Ash left in the oven is ash wasted. Every grain we save is ash we can use for soap making, for trade, for the dozen other purposes that make our life here possible. Waste is a luxury we cannot afford. Sarah nods, understanding not just the immediate lesson, but the broader principle it represents. In colonial life, survival depends on the efficient use of every resource, the careful preservation of every useful material. Ash is not simply the byproduct of necessary fires. It is a raw material as valuable as grain or cloth, requiring the same careful stewardship that you apply to your garden vegetables or your stored meat. With the oven cleared and ready for the day's baking, you turn your attention to the accumulating barrels of ash stored in your root cellar. This underground chamber, carved into the hillside behind your cabin and lined with fieldstone, maintains the cool, dry conditions necessary for preserving the winter's food supplies. But it also serves as your ash storage facility, holding the barrels that will represent cash income when the spring traders arrive. The largest barrel, nearly full after months of careful collection, contains what you call first ash, the finest, lightest ash from your best hardwood fires. This ash, when processed properly, will yield the highest grade of potash, commanding premium prices from the soap makers and glass manufacturers in Boston and Hartford. The second barrel holds common ash, still valuable but containing a mixture of hardwood and softwood residue, suitable for general soap making but not for the finest commercial applications. Processing ash into potash requires equipment, knowledge, and labor that represent a significant investment of household resources. The large iron kettle that dominates your front yard during ash processing season costs more than a year's supply of store-bought flour. The knowledge of proper leaching, boiling, and crystallization techniques represents years of learning and practice. The labor required hauling water, maintaining fires under the processing kettle, stirring and monitoring the chemical reactions demands the participation of your entire family for days at a time. But the economics make the effort worthwhile. A barrel of properly processed potash can be traded for a year's supply of salt, for iron tools that would otherwise be impossible to obtain, for cloth that would require months of home production. Your ash, carefully collected and skillfully processed, becomes currency in the complex barter economy of colonial life. The processing season will begin in earnest once the spring thaw makes travel easier for the traders, who will carry your potash to distant markets. But preparation begins now, with the daily collection and careful sorting of different ash qualities, the maintenance of storage containers, the accumulation of knowledge about which wood types produce the most valuable ash. Your husband, Ezra, returning from his morning chores in the barn, brings news that affects your ash planning. Widow Morrison stopped by yesterday while you were at the creek, he reports, stamping the mud from his boots before entering. She's asking about trading some of her late husband's tools for processed potash. Says she needs soap for the spring washing, but hasn't the strength to do her own processing. This proposal represents both opportunity and challenge. Widow Morrison's late husband was the settlement's blacksmith, and his tools are exactly what your growing household needs. But processing ash for trade means dedicating time and fuel to someone else's needs while your own spring work waits. Yet in the interconnected economy of colonial settlement, such trades bind the community together, creating networks of mutual obligation that provide security in times of crisis. How much potash would she need, you ask, already calculating the ash you have available and the time required for processing. The widow's request will mean at least a week of additional work, burning extra fuel under the processing kettle, dedicating Sarah's time to stirring and monitoring when she could be helping with planting preparation. But the tools, a proper draw knife, a froe for splitting shingles, a set of augers for boring holes, would save Ezra months of improvisation with inadequate equipment. The negotiation that will follow represents the complex mathematics of colonial exchange. Your ash's value depends not just on quantity, but on quality, on your reputation for proper processing, on the current demand for potash among the traveling traders. The widow's tools have value based on their condition, their rarity, their usefulness for the specific tasks facing your household. Both sides must calculate not just immediate worth, but future implications. The tools will last for years, while the potash will be consumed in a single season's soap making. As morning progresses and your children wake, the daily routine of ash management expands to include their education in the skills they will need as adult colonists. Young Samuel, now 8, is old enough to help with the careful sorting of ash by quality, learning to distinguish the fine gray powder of oak, ash from the coarser residue of maple, the valuable hardwood ash from the less useful pine ash that sometimes contaminates the supply. Look at the color, Samuel, you instruct as he examines a handful of ash from yesterday's hearth cleaning. See how this is light gray, almost white. That comes from oak that was properly seasoned, burned at the right temperature. Compare it to this darker ash that's from wood that was still too green, or from a fire that didn't burn hot enough. The lesson serves multiple purposes, teaching him to value quality over quantity, helping him understand the chemical processes that transform wood into useful ash, preparing him for the day when he will manage his own household's fire and ash production. Your youngest daughter, Mary, only 5 but eager to help with grown-up tasks, is assigned the job of sweeping ash dust from the hearthstones with a small birch broom made specifically for her size. The work keeps her occupied and useful while teaching the habits of cleanliness and order that will serve her throughout life. More importantly, it instills the understanding that even the smallest household tasks have significance. That careful attention to details like ash removal makes the difference between efficient and wasteful household management. The mornings. Bread making provides another lesson in ash management as you prepare to use the now clean bake oven. The heat stored in the stone walls from yesterday's fires represents energy that cost both fuel and labor to create. Using that heat efficiently means timing the baking sequence to take advantage of the gradually declining temperature. Bread first while the heat is intense, then pies and puddings as it moderates. Finally, beans or stew that can cook slowly as the oven completes its cooling cycle. But efficient use of stored heat also means managing the ash that will result from today's baking activities. The bread will create no additional ash. It bakes in the residual heat of yesterday's fires. But tomorrow, you will need to heat the oven again for next week's baking, creating more ash that must be collected, sorted, and stored. The cycle is endless but predictable, allowing you to plan ash production and processing around the other demands of colonial household management as you slide the morning's bread loaves into the heated oven, using the long wooden peel to position them precisely. For even baking, you reflect on the complex economics of fire and ash that govern your daily life. Every flame consumes wood that required hours to cut, split, and season. Every fire produces ash that has potential value if properly managed. Every decision about burning, banking, or extinguishing fires affects not just immediate comfort, but long-term household resources. The bread will bake slowly in the declining heat, filling the cabin with the yeasty aroma that signals successful household management. But beneath that simple pleasure lies the intricate system of ash collection, fire maintenance, and resource conservation that makes such moments possible. Your careful removal of this morning's ashes, your sorting and storage of valuable potash materials, your planning for future processing and trade, all of these seemingly mundane tasks contribute to the complex web of skills and knowledge that enable survival and prosperity in the colonial wilderness. Standing before your hearth as the morning fire settles into its steady burning rhythm, you understand that ash removal is far more than a simple cleaning chore. It is resource management, chemistry, economics, and survival skill, all combined into one essential daily practice. The ashes you shovel each morning represent both the end of yesterday's warmth and the beginning of tomorrow's opportunities. In the careful balance of preservation and disposal, of immediate need and future planning, lies the difference between mere survival and the gradual accumulation of prosperity that will secure your family's future in this new land. The afternoon brings its own ash-related challenges as you prepare for the evening's activities that will generate tomorrow morning's collection. The rushlight making planned for today while the children are occupied with their individual tasks requires a different kind of fire management than the cooking and heating that dominate most of your fire-tending efforts. Rushlights, made by repeatedly dipping dried rush stems in tallow until they build up enough fat to burn steadily, need a carefully controlled flame that burns hot enough to keep the tallow liquid, but not so hot as to scorch the delicate plant. Material: the small fire you build specifically for rushlight making burns differently than your cooking fires, consuming carefully selected thin splits of dry birch that produce intense heat with minimal smoke. But this specialized fire also produces specialized ash, fine, light, and particularly valuable for certain types of soap making. The ash from birch burns at such high temperatures that it contains a higher concentration of potash than ash from slower burning hardwoods, making it especially prized by the traveling traders who carry processed ash to distant markets as you tend the rushlight fire. Dipping each prepared rush stem repeatedly into the heated tallow, you are simultaneously managing multiple ash streams. The main hearth continues its steady consumption of mixed hardwoods, producing the general-purpose ash that forms the bulk of your stored supply. The rushlight fire creates its premium birch ash, and in the corner of the room, the small clay lamp that provides supplementary light burns pine pitch, producing a dark resinous residue that has different properties and uses than wood ash. Your daughter Sarah, working beside you at the rushlight making, asks about the different types of ash and their various applications. The question provides another opportunity for education, but also forces you to articulate knowledge that you normally apply without conscious thought. Each wood burns differently, you explain, and each produces ash with different qualities. Oak ash is best for general soap making. It produces strong lye that cuts grease effectively. Maple ash is finer and more delicate, better for washing woolens without damaging the fibers. Birch ash, like what we're making now, burns so completely that it's almost pure potash, valuable for the finest soaps and for glass making. The lesson extends beyond immediate practical application to broader principles of resource management and scientific observation. Sarah learns to see ash not as uniform waste, but as a diverse collection of materials, each requiring different handling and offering different opportunities. More importantly, she learns the habit of careful observation that allows you to distinguish between ash types, to predict their properties based on the fires that created them, to plan their use and processing based on their specific characteristics. The evening meal preparation brings all of your fire management skills together in a complex orchestration of heat, timing, and resource conservation. The main hearth fire must provide steady, even heat for cooking while being managed to produce good coals for banking overnight. The bread oven, still retaining heat from the morning's baking, can be used for slow cooking dishes that benefit from declining temperature. Even the small rushlight fire can be pressed into service for warming specific ingredients or keeping prepared food at serving temperature. But each of these fires will produce ashes that must be managed differently. The cooking fire's ash will join tomorrow morning's hearth cleaning, becoming part of your general purpose collection. The oven's residual ash, if any accumulates during the day's use, must be completely removed before the next baking session. The specialized ashes from craft activities like rushlight making require separate collection and storage to preserve their unique properties. As darkness falls and you begin the evening routine of banking fires for the night, You reflect on the day's accumulation of ash-related knowledge and activity, this morning's careful removal and sorting, the processing planning discussions with Ezra about Widow Morrison's trade proposal, the education of your children in the skills they will need as adults, the specialized ash production from craft activities, the constant balance between immediate needs and long-term resource management. The banking of the main hearth fire requires the same careful attention that characterized the morning's ash removal. Too much ash left over the coals will smother them, resulting in a cold hearth come morning. Too little ash, and the coals will burn away during the night, again leaving you to start fresh fire with flint and steel. The proper amount creates insulation that preserves the coals' heat while allowing just enough air. Circulation to keep them alive until dawn. Standing before your hearth as you arrange the final configuration of coals and covering ash, you understand that this moment represents both ending and beginning. Today's ashes have been collected, sorted, and stored. Tomorrow's ashes are already beginning to form as tonight's banked fire slowly consumes its fuel. The cycle continues, predictable, yet requiring constant attention. Mundane, yet essential for survival in the colonial wilderness. Your children sleep peacefully in their shared bed. Warmed by the carefully maintained fire, their comfort dependent on skills and knowledge that took years to acquire and must be practiced daily to maintain. Tomorrow will bring new ashes to remove, new decisions about collection and storage, new opportunities to pass along the complex web of knowledge that transforms simple wood burning into sophisticated resource management. In the soft light of your carefully made rushlights, you make final notes in the household account book that tracks ash production, processing, and trade. The numbers tell the story of your family's integration into the colonial economy. So many barrels of ash collected, so much potash processed, such value received in trade for finished products. But behind those numbers lies the daily reality of careful fire tending, patient ash removal, and the accumulated wisdom that turns waste into wealth. The ashes you will shovel tomorrow morning are already forming into night's banked fire, continuing the endless cycle that connects today's comfort with tomorrow's opportunities. In this rhythm of burning and cleaning, of preservation and disposal, lies one of the fundamental patterns of colonial life, the transformation of raw materials into useful products through patient labor and accumulated skill. The ash you shovel is never just waste. It is potential, waiting for the knowledge and effort that will unlock its value and contribute to your family's survival and prosperity in the New England wilderness. The coal scuttle sits empty beside your kitchen stove on this gray December morning in 1923. Its blackened metal surface a stark reminder of the calculations that now govern every aspect of your daily life. Since Thomas died in the mine accident 8 months ago, you have learned to measure warmth in dollars and cents, to weigh comfort against survival, to make decisions that no woman should have to make alone. The company house that once felt secure now feels precarious, its continued occupancy dependent on your ability to maintain the appearance of respectability while stretching Thomas's death benefit through a winter that promises to be longer and colder than any you have faced alone. The Burr-Wind Coal Company houses that line Shaft Street in this southwestern Pennsylvania mining town were built for families with steady incomes, for men who could count on daily wages and the company's discounted coal allowance. But widows represent a different category in the company's accounting, neither entitled to full employee benefits nor completely severed from company obligations. You exist in a gray area of corporate policy, allowed to remain in the house through the winter but expected to find alternative arrangements by spring. Eligible for reduced price coal but required to pay cash that you barely possess. Your 3 children, Margaret, 14, James, 11, and little Catherine, only 6, sleep upstairs in bedrooms that you can no longer afford to heat. The coal stove in the kitchen has become the sole source of warmth for your family. its cast iron presence both lifeline and tyrant, demanding constant attention and careful feeding while consuming coal at a rate that makes you calculate the cost of every SHOVEL, FUL. The morning ritual of ash removal has taken on desperate significance in your reduced circumstances. Every grain of ash represents fuel consumed, money spent, resources that cannot be recovered. But more importantly, the condition of the ash tells you whether you are burning coal efficiently or wastefully, whether your fire management skills are adequate to stretch your limited supply through the winter. Months ahead, this morning's ash reveals the story of last night's careful banking. The remnants in your stove are sparse, but telling mostly fine gray powder from coal burned completely, with only a few small clinkers that indicate impurities in the cheaper grades you can now afford. The absence of large pieces of unburned coal suggests that your technique is sound, that you are extracting maximum heat from minimum fuel. But the small quantity also reveals how carefully you rationed yesterday's coal, burning just enough to keep the kitchen barely above freezing through the night. The ash removal itself requires tools and techniques adapted to your new economic realities. The small shovel that Thomas once used for quick ash clearing has been replaced by a tablespoon that allows you to remove ash grain by grain, preserving every fragment of unburned coal that might provide additional heat. The ash bucket, once emptied daily, now serves as a sorting station where you carefully separate true ash from reusable cinders, coal dust, and partially burned fragments that can be mixed with fresh coal to extend your supply. Your oldest daughter, Margaret, appears in the kitchen doorway, wrapped in the heavy coat that has become her indoor uniform since you stopped heating the bedrooms. At 14, she understands the family situation with a clarity that both helps and hurts. She can assist with the complex decisions about fuel management. But she also carries the weight of premature adulthood, the knowledge that childhood's careless comfort is a luxury your family can no longer afford. "Mama," she says quietly, her breath visible in the cold air. "Mrs. Kowalski next door was asking yesterday if we needed help with anything. She mentioned that her husband sometimes brings home extra coal from the mine." The offer represents both opportunity and humiliation. The Kowalskis are good neighbors, but accepting their charity would mark another step down from your former status as the wife of a skilled miner to the dependent widow who relies on others' generosity. You pause in your ash removal to consider the implications. Extra coal would ease the desperate calculations that dominate your daily decisions, would allow you to heat more than one room, would provide the margin of comfort that might help your children retain some sense of normalcy. But accepting help also creates obligations, establishes relationships of dependence that could become more binding than helpful, marks you publicly as someone who cannot manage alone. "We'll manage for now," you tell Margaret, though both of you know that managing means rationing coal so strictly that ice forms on the water bucket most mornings, means wearing coats indoors, means crowding together in the kitchen while the rest of the house grows cold and damp. But thank Mrs. Kowalski for thinking of us. The sorting of last night's ash yields a small but significant collection of reusable materials. Coal dust, swept from the ash with a soft brush, can be mixed with water and compressed into makeshift briquettes that burn slowly and provide steady heat. Small fragments of partially burned coal, identified by their glossy black appearance, can be saved and added to fresh fuel to improve ignition and heat production. Even the clinkers, the fused masses of mineral impurities that cannot burn, have value as material for filling holes in the yard or as drainage material for plant pots. This careful salvage represents skills that you never needed during Thomas's lifetime knowledge that you have acquired through necessity and refined through practice. When coal was plentiful and affordable, ash removal was simply a matter of clearing debris to make room for fresh fuel. Now it has become resource recovery, a process that requires the eye of an appraiser and the patience of a miner panning for gold. The kitchen stove itself has become the center of your domestic universe in ways that extend far beyond heating. Its surface provides the only warm place for drying clothes. Its oven the only source of baked goods that your family can afford. The space around it serves as living room, dining room, and study hall, while its steady heat draws your family together in ways that were unnecessary when every room was comfortably warm. But the stove's demands are relentless and unforgiving. Coal must be added in carefully calculated amounts to little, and the fire dies to useless embers. Too much and precious fuel is wasted in excessive heat that cannot be stored or saved. The dampers and air controls require constant adjustment. As wind conditions change, as the quality of available coal varies, as the outside temperature rises and falls. Most importantly, the ash must be removed regularly and thoroughly. Not just to maintain efficient burning, but to prevent the accumulation that could clog air passages and reduce the stove's heat output. Your son James, old enough to help with coal handling, but still young enough to find excitement in the mechanical aspects of stove operation. Watch as intently as you demonstrate the proper technique for ash removal. "Why do we save some of the ash, Mama?" he asks, observing your careful sorting of debris into different containers. The question provides an opportunity to share knowledge, while also preparing him for responsibilities he may need to assume if your circumstances worsen further. Different parts of the ash have different uses, you explain, showing him the fine powder that represents completely burned coal. This can be mixed with water and used for cleaning. It's almost like soap for scrubbing pots and pans. Larger pieces, you continue, indicating the clinkers are no good for burning, but they can be used to level ground or help drainage in the garden come spring. But the lesson goes deeper than practical applications. Most importantly, you add, meeting his eyes seriously, nothing can be wasted now. Everything that comes from our stove, even the ashes, must be examined to see if it has value. We cannot afford to throw away anything that might be useful. James nods with the solemn understanding of a child forced to grow up too quickly. But his attention remains focused on the mechanical aspects of stove operation that fascinate him. He wants to understand how the dampers control airflow, how the firepot design affects burning efficiency, how different grades of coal behave differently in the same stove. This knowledge, you realize, may prove essential if your family is to survive the winter and the uncertain months beyond. The morning's coal delivery, if you can afford one, will not arrive until afternoon, leaving you to stretch yesterday's remaining fuel through the day's cooking and heating needs. The calculation requires balancing immediate comfort against long-term conservation, weighing the children's need for warmth against the necessity of having fuel for tonight's fire and tomorrow morning's needs. Standing before your kitchen stove with the morning's ashes sorted and disposed of, you understand that what you have just completed represents far more than simple housework. The careful examination of ash quality, the salvage of reusable materials, the planning for efficient fuel use, these skills have become survival techniques. The difference between managing through the winter and facing eviction or worse. But how will you teach these skills to your children while sheltering them from the full weight of your family's precarious situation? How can you prepare them for the possibility that these emergency measures may become permanent fixtures of their lives? The afternoon brings word from the company office that changes everything about your coal calculations and your family's immediate future. Mrs. Henderson from the company housing department arrives at your kitchen door with the formal notification you have been dreading since. Thomas's funeral. Your occupancy of the company house will terminate at the end of February, giving you exactly 2 months to find alternative housing and employment, sufficient to support your family independently. The news settles over your kitchen like a cold fog, making the warm air from your carefully tended stove seem inadequate against the chill of reality. Mrs. Henderson, a woman whose job requires her to deliver such notices regularly, speaks with practiced sympathy while maintaining the businesslike tone that reminds you this is company policy, not personal malice. The company understands your difficult situation. Mrs. Walsh, she says, her eyes avoiding direct contact while she recites the standard explanation. But housing is needed for active employees, and there are several families waiting for accommodation. After she leaves, you sit before your stove and recalculate every aspect of your survival strategy. The coal that seemed barely adequate for heating one room through winter now must last not just until spring, but until you can establish your family in new quarters with different heating arrangements, different fuel costs, different calculations of survival. The careful ash management that had become routine must now be even more precise, more economical, more focused on extracting every possible unit of heat from every lump of coal. Your daughter Margaret, who overheard the conversation from the stairway, comes down to join you beside the stove. At 14, she has already absorbed more knowledge of adult financial realities than any child should possess. But this new development pushes her into territory that even her premature maturity cannot fully compass. "Where will we go, Mama?" she asks, her voice carrying the controlled worry of someone trying to appear braver than she feels. The question hangs in the warm air above your stove, competing with the steady ticking of settling metal and the soft whoosh of flames consuming. Coal? Where indeed? Your options are limited by resources, by social expectations, by the practical realities of finding housing and employment in a coal town where most opportunities are connected to mine work that remains closed to women. The calculations that once involved only fuel efficiency now must encompass rent, wages, transportation, and the dozens of other expenses that were managed by Thomas's steady income. "We'll find something," you tell Margaret, though the confidence in your voice is more performance than conviction. There are other towns, other opportunities. The important thing is that we stay together and keep ourselves warm and fed through whatever comes. But staying warm depends increasingly on the skills you are developing in coal management and ash utilization. This afternoon's ash removal reveals new efficiencies born of desperate necessity. You have learned to read the color and texture of ash as precisely as a geologist reads rock formations. Understanding what each grain tells you about burning, temperature, airflow, fuel quality, and combustion completeness. The ash from this morning's carefully managed fire shows the characteristics you have learned to recognize as optimal efficiency. Most of the residue is fine, light gray powder indicating complete combustion at proper temperature. The small amount of unburned coal fragments suggests fuel that was sized correctly and fed to the fire at appropriate intervals. Most importantly, the relative scarcity of ash compared to the heat generated tells you that your technique is improving, that you are learning to extract maximum energy from minimum resources. But the afternoon also brings the weekly coal delivery that represents your most significant cash expenditure and your most crucial resource management decision. The delivery man, Joe Petrucci, has been bringing coal to Shaft Street families for 15 years, and he understands the delicate economics of mining town life better than most. When Thomas was alive, coal delivery was a simple transaction, a standard order delivered to company account. Now it involves careful negotiation, precise measurement, and the constant balance between immediate need and financial capability. "How much can you afford this week, Mrs. Walsh?" Joe asks, his tone respectful but direct. He knows your situation, understands the constraints you face, but he also operates a business that cannot extend unlimited credit to families whose income remains uncertain. The question requires calculations that encompass not just coal costs, but food, clothing, medical needs, and the 100 other expenses that compete for your limited resources. "Half a ton," you tell him, though the amount represents a compromise between your stove's needs and your ability to pay. "And Joe, if you have any small coal, any dust or slack that others won't take, I can use it if the price is right." represents a significant change in your coal buying patterns, driven by both economic necessity and growing expertise in fuel management. When Thomas handled coal purchases, quality was the primary consideration. Large uniform pieces that burned cleanly and produced steady heat. Now you are learning to work with inferior grades to mix sizes and qualities to achieve acceptable performance at reduced cost. Small coal, dismissed by many customers as inadequate for home heating, can be effective when properly managed. Coal dust, considered waste by some users, can be formed into briquettes or mixed with larger pieces to extend burning time. Slag, the fine coal particles left after larger pieces are sorted out, burns hot and fast when used correctly. Learning to use these cheaper grades effectively has become another essential survival skill. The delivery and storage of your coal order provides another lesson in resource management for your children. James helps Joe carry the smaller buckets from his truck to your cellar coal bin, learning to handle the fuel carefully to minimize waste and breakage. Margaret assists with the sorting process, separating different sizes and grades for optimal use in various burning situations. See how this larger coal is good for banking overnight fires? You explain to them as you organize the delivery. It burns slowly and provides steady heat for long periods. This smaller coal is better for quick heat when you're cooking or when you need to warm the house quickly. And this coal dust can be saved for mixing with the larger pieces to help them burn more completely. The sorting process itself has become a kind of inventory management, with different grades stored in separate areas of the coal bin to facilitate proper use. The children learn to see coal not as a uniform commodity, but as a collection of different materials, each with specific properties and optimal applications. This knowledge, you realize, represents a kind of practical education that few children their age possess. Skills that may serve them well regardless of what paths their lives eventually take. But the coal delivery also emphasizes the temporary nature of your current arrangements. The cellar coal bin was sized for a working miner's family. It's designed to hold the larger quantities that steady employment made possible. Now it seems almost mockingly spacious for your reduced orders. Its emptiness, a constant reminder of your family's changed circumstances. Evening brings the daily ritual of banking the fire for overnight burning, a process that has become increasingly crucial as your coal supplies dwindle and every BT you must be carefully preserved. The banking process requires precise judgment, enough coal to maintain heat through the night, but not so much that fuel is wasted in excessive burning. Too little ash covering the banked coals and they burn too quickly. Too much and they die to useless embers before morning. Your technique has evolved through trial and error, guided by the evidence you read each morning in the ash pan. A perfect banking job leaves just enough live coals to restart the fire easily, surrounded by ash that has protected them through the night without smothering their life. The art lies in reading the fire's condition, understanding how much fuel remains unburned, predicting how the night's weather will affect burning rate, and air circulation. As you arrange tonight's banking, carefully positioning coal and ash for optimal overnight survival, you are acutely aware that this routine, this careful management of fire and fuel and ash, has become the rhythm around which your family's survival revolves. Each morning's ash removal, each afternoon's coal delivery negotiation, each evening's banking ritual represents not just domestic maintenance, but the active practice of skills that will determine whether your family weathers this crisis successfully. The children gather around the stove for the evening's brief period of enhanced warmth, when the fresh coal added for banking temporarily increases the heat output before settling into its slow overnight burn. These moments of relative comfort, hard-won through careful resource management, provide brief respite from the constant calculations of survival, while also serving as motivation for continued vigilance in fuel conservation. Tomorrow will bring new ashes to examine, new decisions about coal purchasing and consumption. new challenges in the ongoing effort to stretch inadequate resources through an uncertain winter. But tonight, with the fire properly banked and the children warm beside the stove, you can take brief satisfaction in the knowledge that your growing expertise in coal management is providing the margin of survival that keeps your family together and sheltered, at least for now. February's final week arrives with the kind of bitter cold that makes every piece of coal precious and every shovelful of ash a reminder of fuel consumed beyond recovery. The company's eviction notice sits on your kitchen table beside the carefully maintained ledger where you record every coal purchase, every ash removal, every small economy that might contribute to your family's survival. 3 days remain before you must vacate the company house. 3 days to complete the preparations that will determine whether your family emerges from this crisis intact or scattered by circumstances beyond your control. The basement apartment you have secured on Maple Street, 6 blocks from the mine and a world away from the relative comfort of company housing, presents entirely different challenges for coal management and ash disposal. The building's owner, Mrs. Novak, a widow herself who understands something about making difficult choices, has offered reasonable rent in exchange for your commitment to maintain the furnace that heats the entire building. The arrangement provides housing while also giving you responsibilities that could prove either manageable or overwhelming, depending on your mastery of skills you never expected to need. This morning's ash removal from your kitchen stove carries additional significance as you prepare to transition from the simple task of maintaining one heating appliance to the complex responsibility of operating a multi-tenant building's heating system. The techniques you have developed for reading ash quality, for salvaging reusable materials, for maximizing fuel efficiency, will now need to be scaled up and applied to equipment you have never operated, serving people whose comfort and safety will depend on your competence. The basement furnace at the Maple Street building burns coal in quantities that dwarf your kitchen stove's consumption, produces ash in volumes that require different handling techniques, and operates according to principles that extend your hard-won knowledge into new territory. Yesterday's visit to inspect your future responsibilities revealed a system that is both more complex and more forgiving than your current arrangements. More complex because it involves water heating, steam distribution, and temperature regulation for multiple apartments. More forgiving because its larger scale provides some margin for error that your current desperate fuel economy does not permit. But the transition also means leaving behind the familiar rhythms of single stove management for the more demanding schedule of furnace operation, where your kitchen stove requires attention several times daily. The building furnace demands monitoring every few hours around the clock, where stove ash removal is a morning ritual. Furnace ash must be cleared twice daily to maintain proper airflow and prevent dangerous accumulation. Where stove coal can be hand-selected and carefully rationed, furnace fuel arrives by the ton and must be managed in bulk quantities that reduce your control over quality and consumption rate. Your children have adapted to these impending changes with the flexibility that crisis teaches, but also with losses that no amount of practical education can fully compensate. Margaret, now experienced in coal sorting and ash management, will leave behind the small bedroom where she has learned to sleep under multiple blankets, rather than demand heat that your family cannot afford. James, fascinated by the mechanical operations of stove management, will move from a house where he could practice his growing skills on familiar equipment to an apartment where his knowledge must adapt to different systems and requirements. Little Catherine, too young to fully understand the economic forces reshaping her world, will leave the only home she clearly remembers for an uncertain future in unfamiliar surroundings. But she has absorbed lessons in resource conservation and careful management that will serve her regardless of circumstances. Understanding already that nothing can be wasted, that every piece of coal must be treasured, that ash removal is not just cleaning but resource, evaluation, and recovery. The packing process reveals how thoroughly your family's life has reorganized around fuel economy and efficient heating. The clothes you pack are sorted not just by size and season, but by warmth and layering capability. The household items you choose to keep are evaluated for their contribution to heating efficiency. The heavy quilts that preserve body heat, the draft stoppers that prevent heat loss, the coal scuttles and ash tools that have become essential equipment for survival. But the packing also reveals resources you have accumulated through months of careful ash management and fuel conservation. The several pounds of coal dust that you have compressed into makeshift briquettes. The collection of usable cinders sorted from ash over many mornings. The small supply of kindling made from furniture, scraps, and packing materials. These materials, worthless to a family with adequate resources, represent significant value in your current circumstances. Mrs. Kowalski's final visit before your departure brings the neighbor's gift that you had previously been too proud to accept. A gunny sack filled with coal pieces her husband has collected from around the mine site. Fuel that would otherwise be wasted, but can provide several days of heating for a family that's learned to use every fragment efficiently. The gift comes with quiet instructions about other sources of free or cheap fuel. Knowledge shared between women who understand that survival sometimes requires setting aside pride in favor of practical necessity. There's coal along the railroad, tracks where cars are loaded, she tells you quietly while your children are occupied with packing. Not much, but enough to help if you know how to look for it. And the company sometimes dumps clinkers and waste coal behind the washery. Not good for much, but it will burn if you mix it with better fuel. This information represents another layer of resource knowledge, the kind of local intelligence that can mean the difference between adequacy and want in communities where official resources are limited and unofficial. Opportunities must be cultivated carefully, learning to supplement purchased coal with scavenged materials to identify and utilize fuel sources that others overlook or discard becomes another essential skill in your expanding repertoire of survival techniques. The final evening in the company house brings a ritual of ash removal that carries emotional weight beyond its practical significance. This morning's ashes represent the last debris from the stove that has been the center of your family's life through the most difficult months any of you have experienced. The careful sorting, the evaluation of unburned materials, the disposal of true waste, these familiar routines will continue in your new home, but they will never again carry the desperate significance they have held here as you bank the fire for the last time in this kitchen, carefully arranging coal and ash for overnight burning that will provide warmth until morning's departure. You reflect on the knowledge you have gained through necessity and crisis. 8 months ago, you knew nothing about coal grades, ash analysis, fuel efficiency, or the dozen other technical skills that now seem as natural as cooking or sewing. Crisis has been a demanding teacher, but it has prepared you for responsibilities and opportunities that you never would have imagined possible. The children gather round the stove for the last time in this kitchen, their faces reflecting the complex mixture of anticipation and uncertainty that characterizes all major transitions. They understand that tomorrow begins a new chapter in their lives, one that will test all the skills they have learned while also offering possibilities that their current circumstances cannot provide. Margaret, mature beyond her years, but still young enough to find excitement in new challenges, looks forward to the different responsibilities that will come with helping to manage an entire building's heating system. James, fascinated by mechanical systems and eager to apply his growing knowledge to new equipment, anticipates the learning opportunities that the building's furnace will provide. Even Catherine, young as she is, has absorbed enough understanding of fuel management to know that her family possesses skills that will serve them well wherever they go. The morning will bring the final ash removal from this stove, the last sorting of debris from fires that have sustained your family through its darkest period. But it will also bring the beginning of new routines, new responsibilities, and new opportunities to apply the hard-won knowledge that has transformed you from a miner's dependent widow to a woman capable of managing the complex systems that keep entire buildings warm and comfortable. The ashes you will shovel tomorrow morning in your new home will be different ashes, produced by different equipment serving different purposes. But the skills you have developed, the ability to read ash quality, to salvage valuable materials, to manage fuel efficiently under pressure, will remain constant. These abilities, learned through hardship and refined through necessity, have become part of who you are, tools that will serve your family regardless of what challenges the future may bring. As you settle into sleep on your final night in the company house, the banked fire glowing softly in the kitchen stove, you understand that tomorrow's move represents not just a change of address, but a transformation of identity. You are no longer simply Thomas Walsh's widow, dependent on company, charity, and community sympathy. You have become a woman with marketable skills, someone whose knowledge of heating systems and fuel management makes her valuable to building owners and fellow tenants. The ashes you have shoveled through this difficult winter have taught you lessons that extend far beyond mere housekeeping. They have shown you that survival is possible, that adaptation leads to competence, and that even the humblest materials can be transformed into resources through knowledge, patience, and careful attention to detail. The clock in the servants' hall strikes 4:30 as you rise from your narrow bed in the attic quarters of the Grosvenor Square mansion. The darkness of a November morning in 1815 still absolute beyond the small dormer window. London sleeps. Around you, but within the walls of this grand Georgian house, the machinery of domestic service begins to stir with the quiet efficiency that maintains the illusion of effortless comfort for those who sleep in the heated chambers below. As under housemaid in a household that employs 23 servants, you occupy a specific position in the complex hierarchy that governs not just social relationships, but the practical details of who tends which fires, removes which ashes, and maintains which aspects of the elaborate heating systems that warm this monument to aristocratic comfort. The house contains 42 fireplaces, distributed across 5 floors. From the massive hearths in the ground floor reception rooms to the modest grates in the upper servants' quarters. But not all fireplaces are equal in the eyes of those who manage domestic arrangements, and the ashes they produce require different handling according to the status of the rooms they serve and the people who use them. Your responsibilities encompass the second-floor family bedrooms and dressing rooms. 12 fireplaces whose maintenance represents both privilege and burden. Privilege because these rooms serve the family directly. Burden because the standards for their care admit no compromise or failure. The hierarchy of ash removal reflects broader patterns of domestic organization that govern every aspect of life in a great house. The senior housemaid, Mrs. Pettigrew, oversees the cleaning of the principal reception room's drawing room, dining room, library, and morning room. Fireplaces whose ashes represent the remnants of social performance as much as mere heating. The junior housemaids tend the guest bedrooms and secondary sitting rooms. Important but less visible spaces where minor imperfections might be overlooked. The scullery maids handle the kitchen and servants' hall fires, utilitarian spaces where function matters more than appearance. But your domain, the family's private chambers, requires a different kind of attention, a deeper understanding of the intimate rhythms of aristocratic life. These are the spaces where public performance gives way to private comfort, where the Earl and Countess retreat from the demands of social obligation to the more personal routines of sleep, dressing, and quiet contemplation. The ashes in these fireplaces tell stories of late-night reading, early morning correspondence, the gentle warming of rooms before their occupants rise, the banking of fires that must provide exactly the right amount of heat to maintain comfort. Without waste, your first stop is always the Earl's dressing room, a chamber that serves as both private office and personal retreat. The fireplace here burns throughout the day during cold weather, providing steady warmth for a man who spends long hours at his writing desk, managing estate business and correspondence. The morning's ash reveals the characteristic pattern of sustained, even burning fine gray powder from coal consumed completely, minimal unburned fragments. The thin layer of overnight accumulation that indicates a fire properly banked for morning revival. The ash removal process in the Earl's dressing room requires not just technical competence, but social invisibility. You must complete your work without disturbing the carefully arranged papers on his desk, without displacing the personal items that reflect his daily routines, without leaving any trace of your presence beyond the cleaned fireplace and fresh supply of fuel. The art lies in efficiency that borders on silence, in movements so practiced and precise that you can navigate the room in near darkness, accomplishing necessary work while remaining as unobtrusive as shadows. The tools of your trade reflect the same attention to hierarchy and propriety that governs all aspects of great house management. Your ash rake, crafted specifically for bedroom fireplaces, is smaller and quieter than the robust implements used in the kitchen or servants' hall. Your dustpan is lined with felt to muffle the sound of ash collection. Even your brush is selected for its ability to clean thoroughly without the harsh scraping sounds that might disturb sleeping occupants. The technique you employ has been refined through years of practice and observation, passed down from senior servants who understood that competence alone was insufficient excellence in service, required an understanding of the subtle needs and preferences of those you served. The Earl prefers his fires built with specific proportions of coal and wood, creating flames that provide steady heat without excessive smoke. His ash must be removed completely each morning, leaving no residue that might affect the day's burning characteristics or create unwanted odors in a room where important business is conducted. But ash removal in the family quarters involves more than simple cleaning. It requires reading the subtle signs that reveal the private rhythms of your employers' lives. The Earl's fireplace, with its evidence of late-night burning, suggests hours spent in correspondence or estate management that extended well past the household's normal bedtime. The Countess's bedroom fire, barely consumed overnight, indicates restless sleep that required minimal heating to avoid stuffiness. The young master's chamber, with its abundance of ash from wood burned too quickly, reveals the impatience of youth with proper fire management techniques. These observations, while never discussed openly, inform the subtle adjustments you make to serve each family member's preferences more effectively. Understanding that the Earl works late guides your preparation of his evening fire, ensuring adequate fuel is available for extended burning. Recognizing the Countess's sensitivity to overheated rooms helps you judge the proper amount of banking for her nighttime comfort. Noting the young master's tendency toward wasteful burning allows you to select fuel types that burn more slowly and evenly, compensating for his inexperience with fire management. The Countess's dressing room presents its own particular challenges, representing the intersection of practical heating needs with the elaborate requirements of aristocratic feminine presentation. This chamber, with its multiple mirrors, delicate furnishings, an extensive collection of personal items, must be maintained at precise temperatures that support the complex rituals of daily grooming without damaging the fine materials and cosmetics that fill every surface. The fireplace in this room burns coal selected not just for heat output, but for the quality of flame it produces. The Countess requires steady, even warmth that does not fluctuate during the long morning sessions with her lady's maid. But she cannot tolerate the smoke or odors that might interfere with the application of powder, rouge, and the various preparations that maintain her appearance. The ash from such carefully selected fuel is correspondingly fine and uniform, requiring gentle handling to prevent the creation of dust clouds that might settle on polished surfaces or delicate fabrics. Your work in the Countess's dressing room must be completed with extraordinary care for cleanliness and order. Every ash particle must be captured and removed. Every surface must be protected from dust. Every tool must be cleaned before and after use to prevent contamination of the rooms. Pristine environment. The work takes twice as long as similar tasks in less demanding spaces. But the standards admit no compromise. A single speck of ash on the wrong surface, a single smudge on mirror or marble could result in dismissal from your position. The guest bedrooms present different challenges, representing the household's commitment to hospitality while also serving as stages for social performance. The ashes in these fireplaces tell stories of recent occupancy, the heavy accumulation from rooms occupied by elderly guests who required extra warmth, the minimal debris from chambers used by young people who spent little time in private quarters, the distinctive patterns created by guests unfamiliar with the house's particular fuel and equipment. Reading these patterns helps you anticipate the needs of future guests while also providing intelligence about the social dynamics that govern the household's entertaining. Knowing which rooms are preferred by regular visitors allows you to prepare their heating systems in advance. Understanding the heating preferences of different types of guests helps you adjust fuel supplies and fire preparation to meet their likely needs. Even the timing of ash accumulation provides clues about guests. Daily routines that can inform other aspects of service preparation. But guest room ash removal also requires diplomatic sensitivity, as these spaces often contain evidence of activities that must be handled with complete discretion. The remains of midnight correspondence that guests have burned in the fireplace. The ashes of private documents destroyed for security or personal reasons. The residue of medications or preparations that guests have disposed of privately. All must be removed without comment, observation, or speculation. The morning progresses with the methodical attention to each fireplace in your assigned area. The rhythm of ash removal creating a meditative pattern that allows your mind to process the complex social and practical information that guides your work. Each grate cleaned, each fire prepared, each surface restored to pristine condition represents a small contribution to the larger orchestration of domestic comfort that makes possible the household's social and political functions. As you work, the house around you gradually awakens, with other servants beginning their own specialized routines while maintaining the coordinated silence that prevents disturbance of the family's sleep. The sound of your colleagues' activities, the soft footsteps of chambermaids in distant corridors, the muffled clink of early tea preparations from the kitchen floors below, the barely audible opening and closing of doors as various servants attend to their morning duties, provides reassurance that you are part of a larger system functioning with the precision that excellence demands. But how will you maintain this standard when unexpected circumstances arise, when guests arrive without notice, when illness disrupts normal routines, when the complex social and political events that drive the household's activities create new demands for your skills and discretion? The unexpected arrival of Lord Pemberton and his entourage at 9:30 disrupts the careful morning schedule that governs your ash removal and fire preparation routines. Word spreads through the servants' corridors with the swift efficiency that characterizes all communication in a well-managed household. 3 additional gentlemen requiring immediate accommodation. Their servants needing quarters, their horses demanding stable space. And most critically for your responsibilities, their chambers requiring fires lit and rooms warmed before the conclusion of the breakfast hour now in progress downstairs. Mrs. Hawthorne, the housekeeper whose authority over female servants is absolute and whose standards brook no compromise, appears in the second-floor corridor where you are completing the routine cleaning of the young master's fireplace. Her presence, always commanding but now edged with the particular intensity that accompanies unexpected demands, signals a test of the skills and efficiency that justify your position in the household hierarchy. Agnes, she announces, using the formal address that marks serious communication. Lord Pemberton's party requires the blue suite and the adjoining chambers to be ready within the hour. The fireplaces have been cold since last week's cleaning, and his lordship's constitution requires particular attention to warmth and air quality. The assignment carries implications beyond mere fire lighting. Lord Pemberton is known throughout London society for his sensitivity to smoke, drafts, and the various atmospheric conditions that affect his health, making the preparation of his accommodation a technical challenge that could reflect well or poorly on the entire household's reputation. The Blue Suite, one of the house's finest guest accommodations, consists of a bedroom, dressing room, and private sitting room, each with its own fireplace and each requiring different approaches to heating preparation. The bedroom fireplace, unused for a week, will need thorough cleaning to remove accumulated dust and debris before fresh fires can be lit. The dressing room grate, smaller but more delicate, serves a chamber where Lord Pemberton will spend considerable time with his valet, requiring steady, odorless heat that supports prolonged occupation. The sitting room fireplace, the largest of the three, must provide both warmth and the aesthetic appeal of dancing flames that contribute to the room's atmosphere for private conversations or quiet reading. But the challenge extends beyond technical fire management to the broader requirements of preparing spaces that reflect the household's standards while accommodating a guest whose comfort directly affects your employer's social standing. Every surface must be perfect. Every detail must demonstrate the seamless competence that marks superior domestic service. Every element must contribute to an environment that allows Lord Pemberton to feel not just welcomed, but pampered according to his exact requirements. Your first task involves the rapid but thorough cleaning of 3 cold fireplaces, work that must be completed without compromising the standards that normally govern your more leisurely morning routine. The accumulated dust and debris in unused grates requires more aggressive removal techniques than the daily ash maintenance you typically perform. But the delicate furnishings and pristine decoration in the Blue Suite demand extra care to prevent contamination of surrounding surfaces, working with practiced efficiency. You begin with the bedroom fireplace, where a week's accumulation of dust has settled over the grate fire bricks and surrounding hearth. The cleaning requires complete removal of all debris, followed by careful polishing of the metal surfaces and thorough sweeping of the firebox, to ensure that the first fire will burn cleanly without producing smoke or odors that might disturb Lord Pemberton's rest. The technique demands speed without sacrifice of quality, efficiency that maintains excellence under pressure. Your movements become more economical, your tool use more precise, your assessment of what needs attention more rapid and accurate. The skills developed through months of routine work now serve emergency requirements, proving their value in circumstances that test competence under stress. Young Mary is the newest housemaid whose inexperience normally restricts her to the simplest tasks, appears at your side with additional cleaning supplies and an offer of assistance that reflects both the household's crisis response and her own eagerness to demonstrate capabilities beyond her current responsibilities. "Mrs. Hawthorne sent me to help with whatever you need," she announces, her enthusiasm barely contained despite the formal demeanor required in guest areas. The offer represents both opportunity and risk. Mary's help could accelerate the work, but her inexperience with the exacting standards required for important guests could create problems that would ultimately delay completion or compromise quality. Balancing the need for assistance against the requirements of supervision becomes another element in the complex calculations that govern emergency service preparation. "Take the ash bucket and cleaning cloths to the dressing room," you instruct, her deciding that her help with preparation and cleanup will provide valuable assistance while limiting her involvement in the more critical aspects of fireplace preparation. Clean the hearthstones and polish the fire irons, but don't touch the grate itself until I can check the draft and airflow conditions. The dressing room fireplace reveals its own particular challenges as you begin the cleaning process that We'll prepare it for Lord Pemberton's extended occupation. This smaller grate, designed for steady, controlled burning rather than dramatic flames, requires different fuel selection and arrangement techniques than the larger fireplaces in bedroom and sitting room. The enclosed nature of the dressing room also demands more careful attention to ventilation and air quality, as any smoke or odors will be concentrated in the smaller space. But the work also provides opportunity to demonstrate the specialized knowledge that distinguishes competent servants from merely adequate ones. Understanding Lord Pemberton's particular requirements allows you to adjust your preparation techniques to accommodate his preferences and sensitivities. His documented intolerance for coal smoke guides your selection of seasoned hardwood for the initial fires. His preference for steady, even heat influences your arrangement of fuel and kindling for sustained, controlled burning. The sitting room fireplace, grandest of the three and most visible to Lord Pemberton's companions during social visits, requires not just functional preparation, but aesthetic consideration. The flames in this grate will contribute to the room's atmosphere during conversations, card games, or quiet reading that characterize evening entertainment in private quarters. The fire must burn attractively as well as efficiently, producing the dancing flames and glowing coals that create visual appeal while providing comfortable warmth. As you work, the sounds of the household's larger preparation efforts reach you through the corridor, the rapid footsteps of chambermaids preparing bedding and linens, the muffled voices of footmen arranging furniture and personal services, the distant activity in kitchen and pantry as cook adjusts meal preparation to accommodate additional guests. The coordinated response demonstrates the household's capacity to manage unexpected demands, while maintaining the standards that justify its reputation for superior hospitality. The completion of fireplace cleaning allows attention to turn to the more complex task of fuel selection and fire preparation that will ensure Lord Pemberton's comfort throughout his stay. The coal selected for his fires comes from the household's premium supply, chosen for clean burning characteristics that minimize smoke and odor production. The wood kindling is drawn from seasoned hardwood stocks, materials that ignite easily and burn steadily without the popping and sparking that might disturb sensitive constitutions. But proper fuel selection requires more than simply choosing premium materials. It demands understanding how different combinations of coal and wood interact under various burning conditions, how room size and ventilation affect combustion characteristics, how the timing of fuel addition influences heat output and flame appearance. This knowledge, accumulated through years of experience and careful observation, separates expert fire management from merely adequate technique. The first fires in Lord Pemberton's chambers must be built with particular attention to initial burning, characteristics that will establish proper draft conditions and burning patterns for the duration of his stay. Starting fires in cold flues requires different techniques than maintaining already established burning, as the lack of heat in the chimney system affects airflow patterns that govern combustion efficiency. Working with swift precision, you build the foundation fires using carefully graduated fuel sizes that ensure proper ignition, progression from tinder to kindling to larger fuel. The paper and fine wood shavings catch immediately from the strike of flint on steel, creating the initial flame that spreads to increasingly larger materials in the precisely timed sequence that creates sustained, clean burning fire. The satisfaction of seeing 3 fires burning steadily and smokeless in Lord Pemberton's prepared chambers represents more than mere task completion. It demonstrates a practical application of skills developed through patient learning and careful practice. Each flame burns according to the principles you have mastered. Each fireplace operates with the efficiency that reflects proper preparation. Each room begins to warm according to the schedule that will ensure guest comfort upon arrival. But as You gather your tools and prepare to return to the interrupted routine of regular morning duties. You understand that this emergency response, successful though it has been, represents only the beginning of the additional responsibilities that unexpected guests bring to your daily work. Tonight, there will be additional ashes to remove, additional fires to bank, additional opportunities to demonstrate the competence that justifies your position in the household's complex hierarchy of service. The evening brings Lord Pemberton's particular requirements into sharp focus as his valet, Patterson, seeks you out in the servants' corridor to discuss the specific fire management preferences that will govern heating arrangements throughout the elite distinguished guest's stay. Patterson, a man whose own status within the visiting party's hierarchy mirrors your position among the resident staff, speaks with the quiet authority of someone who understands that his master's comfort reflects directly on his professional competence. His lordship requires the bedroom fire to be completely extinguished by 10 o'clock. Patterson explains, his tone conveying the importance of precise adherence to stated preferences. He cannot tolerate any smoke or residual heat during sleep. But the room must be warmed again before 7 in the morning. The dressing room fire should burn steadily from 8 until noon, then be allowed to die naturally unless specifically rekindled. The sitting room fire burns according to social requirements, lit when he receives visitors, banked when he dines elsewhere, extinguished entirely if he retires early. These specifications represent more than mere personal preference. They reflect the complex relationship between aristocratic comfort and the detailed knowledge required to maintain it properly. Each instruction requires understanding not just what to do, but when to do it, how to accomplish it without disturbing other household activities, and how to coordinate your work with the broader schedules that govern both resident family and visiting guests. The bedroom fire requirements present the most demanding technical challenge, as complete extinguishment followed by reliable morning rekindling requires careful management of fuel, ash, and ventilation conditions. Simply allowing a fire to burn out naturally leaves cold ashes that can create draft problems and make morning fire starting difficult. But active extinguishing using water or sand creates moisture and debris. That must be completely cleared before fresh fires can be built. Successfully, your solution involves a technique learned from Mrs. Pettigrew. During your early training, the controlled burning down of fires using carefully calculated fuel quantities that consume completely by the designated time, leaving minimal ash residue and optimal conditions for morning fire preparation. The method requires precise timing and fuel measurement, but it achieves Lord Pemberton's requirements while also facilitating your own work efficiency. The dressing room schedule coordinates with Patterson's own daily routines as Lord Pemberton's. Morning toilette requires steady warmth during the extended process of washing, shaving, and dressing that occupies gentlemen of his social standing. The fire must be fully established before Patterson begins his master's morning service, but it must also burn cleanly enough to avoid interfering with the delicate procedures of aristocratic grooming. But the sitting room fire requirements create the greatest complexity as they depend on social schedules that remain subject to change, based on the household's entertaining plans and Lord Pemberton's own inclinations. You must remain available to light, tend, or extinguish fires based on instructions that may arrive with little advance notice, requiring flexibility that challenges the structured routines normally governing your daily work. The first evenings, implementation of these requirements provides immediate education in the practical challenges of serving guests, whose needs differ significantly from the household's established patterns. Lord Pemberton's bedroom fire, carefully calculated to burn out completely by 10 o'clock, requires 3 separate fuel additions timed to achieve the desired result. Too much fuel, too late, and the fire continues burning past his bedtime. 2. Little fuel too early, and the room becomes cold before he retires. The precision required forces you to develop new skills in fire timing and fuel calculation. abilities that extend your existing knowledge into more sophisticated territory. You learn to judge burning rates under different conditions to predict how various fuel combinations will behave over extended periods. To make adjustments that account for changes in weather, drafts, and room conditions that affect combustion. Characteristics: the morning revival of Lord Pemberton's bedroom fire presents equally demanding requirements, as the fireplace must be cleaned of ash, prepared with fresh fuel, and brought to proper heating output before 7 o'clock without creating noise or disturbance that might wake the still sleeping guest. Working by candlelight in the pre-dawn darkness, you must complete ash removal, fire preparation, and initial lighting with movements so quiet and efficient that they remain undetectable from the lead lies and joining bedchamber. The technique requires modified tools and altered procedures that minimize sound while maintaining effectiveness. Your ash removal rake is wrapped with cloth to muffle contact with the grate. Your fuel handling becomes more deliberate and controlled to prevent the clattering sounds that normally accompany coal and wood manipulation. Even your breathing becomes more conscious and regulated as you work in spaces where the slightest noise might constitute failure of proper service. But the work also reveals the deeper satisfaction that comes from mastering demanding skills under challenging conditions. Successfully completing fire preparation in Lord Pemberton's chambers without detection. Achieving the precise heating conditions he requires, demonstrating competence that exceeds normal expectations. These accomplishments provide personal validation that transcends the immediate requirements of employment. The coordination required between your fire management responsibilities and Patterson's personal service duties creates another layer of complexity in the daily routine. His master's schedule dictates when rooms must be heated, but your other responsibilities limit when you can provide that heating. The resolution requires careful negotiation and planning that ensures Lord Pemberton's needs are met without compromising your obligations to the resident family. Would it be possible to light the dressing room fire 15 minutes earlier tomorrow? Patterson inquires after the second day's experience reveals timing that could be improved. His lordship mentioned that the room felt slightly cool during the early stages of his morning preparation. The request, politely phrased but carrying the implicit authority of a guest's preferences, requires adjustment of your schedule that must be accomplished without affecting other duties. The accommodation involves rising 15 minutes earlier and reorganizing your morning ash removal sequence to allow for the additional firelighting time. But it also demonstrates the flexibility and responsiveness that distinguish superior service from merely adequate performance. Understanding that guest satisfaction directly affects the household's reputation helps justify the extra effort required to meet evolving requirements. The accumulated ash from Lord Pemberton's multiple daily fires creates its own management challenges. As the volume exceeds normal guest room production, while the quality reflects the premium fuels selected for his comfort. The fine ash from carefully chosen coal must be separated from the coarser residue of selected hardwoods, creating sorting and disposal tasks that require additional time and attention. But the sorting also reveals information about burning efficiency and fuel performance that contributes to your growing expertise in fire management. The consistently fine, light-colored ash indicates complete combustion at proper temperatures, confirming that your fuel selection and fire-building techniques are achieving optimal results. The minimal quantity of unburned fragments suggests that your timing and air management are allowing full consumption of available fuel energy. As Lord Pemberton's visit extends into its second week, the routines of managing his specific requirements become integrated into your broader daily schedule, demonstrating the adaptability that domestic service demands. The early morning firelighting, the precise timing of fuel additions, the coordinated schedule with Patterson's personal service duties all merge into modified patterns that maintain excellence while accommodating additional complexity. The Experience also provides education in the subtle hierarchies that govern relationships among servants in great houses. As your successful management of demanding guest requirements elevates your standing among colleagues while also establishing precedents for future similar challenges. Mrs. Hawthorne's brief nod of approval when inspecting Lord Pemberton's chambers. Patterson's expressions of satisfaction with the heating arrangements. Even the visiting servant's acknowledgement of your competence. All contribute to professional reputation that extends beyond immediate employment. But the most significant learning comes from understanding how technical skills in fire management translate into broader capabilities for household responsibility and management. The precision required for Lord Pemberton's heating arrangements. The coordination necessary for complex daily schedules. The problem-solving demanded by unexpected requirements. These abilities suggest potential for advancement within the domestic service hierarchy that could eventually lead to supervisory positions and increased responsibilities as you complete the evening's final fire. Banking in Lord Pemberton's sitting room. Ensuring that the carefully arranged coals will provide morning revival capability without overnight waste. You reflect on the knowledge gained through this extended exercise in demanding service. The techniques mastered, the schedules coordinated, the standards maintained under pressure. All represent additions to professional capabilities that will serve throughout your career in domestic service. The ashes you will remove. Tomorrow morning. From Lord Pemberton's fireplaces will tell the story of another successful day in maintaining the exacting standards that great houses require. But they will also represent the continuing accumulation of skills and knowledge that transform routine housework into professional competence, that elevate necessary daily tasks into demonstrations of expertise worthy of the trust placed in those who maintain the comfort and reputation of England's finest households, standing in the quiet corridor outside Lord Pemberton's chambers. Listening to the settled sounds of a house at rest, you understand that the daily ritual of ash removal, whether from simple cottage hearths or grand mansion fireplaces, represents one of the fundamental rhythms that connect all levels of society. In their common need for warmth, comfort, and the careful management of fires, gifts, and demands. Tomorrow will bring new ashes to shovel, new fires to tend, new opportunities to demonstrate that even the humblest tasks, performed with skill and dedication, contribute to the larger human project of creating comfort, beauty, and order in a world that always threatens to slide toward cold and chaos.